All set.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to start the meeting, the public hearing today on the contract for those grad students. The contract is between UConn and the grad students, and I will see if anybody has any comments to make. Is Representative France available?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Looking forward to the conversation and to welcome everybody. Go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Senator Minor available? I know that everybody's signing on early this morning. Is Representative Walker available for opening comments on the contract?
No, good morning, everybody. And we have a pretty long day, so let's get started. Thank you. Good to see everybody. Thank you.
Attorney Bufkin, are you first up to talk about the contract?
I believe I am. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. It is my great pleasure to be back before you again today and asking for your support. I am Karen Bufkin, and I am the Executive Director of Employee Relations for the University of Connecticut. With me today is Kent Holsinger. He is the Vice Provost for Graduate Education and the Dean of the Graduate School, as well as Kelly Wibby, from our Office of Budget Management and Institutional Research. And also Attorney Kristen Brierly, Labor Relations Associate in my office, to assist with any questions you may have after my testimony. I will keep my remarks brief, and I've submitted written testimony on behalf of the university. We are here today seeking your approval of two resolutions, Senate Resolution 7 and House Resolution 12, concerning the collective bargaining agreement between the University of Connecticut Board of Trustees and the International Union, United Automobile, Aerospace, and Agricultural Implement Workers of America, also known as UAW, Local 6950. This collective bargaining agreement covers approximately 160 postdoctoral research associates, also known as postdocs, at the Storrs campus of the University of Connecticut. Postdocs are individuals who have achieved their PhD and are appointed to what is considered a mentored training position that contribute to the research goals of the University of Connecticut, working under the direction of faculty principal investigators in research. Postdoc positions are temporary and for a fixed duration and are designed to provide the postdoc with an opportunity to conduct research, author publications, mentor graduate and undergraduate students, and receive training to enable them to pursue a career in academia, research, and other fields. Postdocs are not funded by the state appropriation that is allotted to the University of Connecticut. They are primarily funded by research grants and in some cases, tuition dollars. Therefore, we are not, as part of the approval of this collective bargaining agreement, asking for additional funds from the state to support this, and there is no impact to the state's general fund. This agreement is a culmination of collective bargaining that began in November 2018 and represents the initial contract between the Postdoc Research Associate Union and the university. The agreement before you today is a fair and economically responsible contract. It is intended to maintain and enhance the university's ability to compete for grants, to support and promote the research goals of faculty and the university, to offer postdocs fair treatment with regard to compensation and benefits, to establish a grievance and arbitration procedure and just cause protections for discipline and dismissal, and establish stronger protections against discrimination and harassment, and to provide our postdocs with paid maternity and bonding leave. Postdocs are appointed at different points throughout the year. Their initial appointment or their appointments are one-year appointments. The contract provides for an increase in the minimum salary for postdocs to be $50,500, as well as a 1.5% increase to their annual salary, which would have been effective March 1st, 2020, to be followed by another 1.5% increase on their reappointment. You will note that the retroactive increase, as noted in the Office of Fiscal Analysis fiscal note, is applies to a small number of postdocs who were employed at the time that this contract was ratified, and who are still with the University of Connecticut as this agreement is before you today. That number is approximately $57,439 and represents those employees who are still with the University of Connecticut. The average stay of a postdoc research associate is about 2 years, with a maximum of 5 years as a postdoc research associate. The agreement does provide for a 3% annual increase upon reappointment of a postdoc to an additional 1-year appointment, or to bring them to the minimum of the National Institute of Research Year Zero salary grid. Other key elements of this collective bargaining agreement provide for a maintenance of the existing benefits or the existing level of benefits of the postdocs with regard to paid time off, holidays, sick leave, personal leave, and maternity bonding leave. It provides protections against discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. Excuse me, the lights are automatic. I'll leave them be. Postdocs can pursue complaints through the grievance and arbitration procedure as a result of this collective bargaining agreement. And both our teams, the union and the university, viewed this strong non-discrimination and harassment protections as mutually beneficial. Appointments and reappointments, as I noted earlier, are temporary 1-year appointments for a fixed duration and are typically do not exceed a 5-year appointment. The appointment and reappointment of postdocs is within the sole discretion of the university. We believe that the proposed agreement before you today will help the university maintain a productive postdoc workforce and allow us to attract the best and brightest postdocs, not only throughout the United States, but throughout the world, to come to Connecticut and to support the research mission of the University of Connecticut. We thank you for your consideration and continued support of UConn, the University of Connecticut, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have for us today. I will also note that our union partners in this agreement are on the with us at the hearing today as well.
Thank you very much, Attorney Buffkin. Does anybody from, and just so everybody knows, you can put your hands down. We're going to hear from the union before we take questions for either side. They'll be here. So Attorney Buffkin, does anybody else from your team from the UConn side have any comments to make, or are they here for supportive reasons for you?
They are here to field any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lang, you're here for this, and Michaela Robinson from the union, if you could start your testimony, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Austin. I hope there's a little bit of background noise on my end. I hope it's not disruptive. Suddenly a jackhammer started back behind me.
Just go ahead. We're used to background noise.
Okay. Thanks again, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ken Lang. I am currently the Director of Organizing for the International Union, UAW. I served as the chief negotiator for this agreement between the UAW and its local 6950 and the University of Connecticut that covers, as Karen said, roughly 160 postdoctoral research associates, who are more commonly called postdocs. I'm joined by, as you pointed out, Michaela Robinson, who is an international representative for UAW Region 9A, which includes Connecticut. She is moving forward the servicing rep who will work with this unit and Local 6950. We joined the university in encouraging you to approve the agreement. A little background, as Karen noted, following formal recognition of the union late in the summer of 2018, months of diligent but constructive negotiations produced an agreement that we think is fair to postdocs and fair to the university. The agreement was overwhelmingly ratified by postdocs and was also approved by the University Board of Trustees. While it's a fair agreement between the union and the university, we believe this agreement also serves the interests of the state of Connecticut. As the university pointed out, postdocs play a central role in driving the university's research mission, which brings roughly $150 million a year in research grants and contracts from external funding agencies like National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health, Department of Energy, and others. This research operation both enhances the state's growing reputation as a center of innovation, but also adds value to the state economy. The agreement includes modest economic improvements and a number of typical workplace rights and protections that we believe will enhance postdocs' ability to focus on quality research and innovation, and will also encourage equity and inclusion in the research workforce. As such, the agreement will help, as the university pointed out, the university recruit the best and brightest researchers from across the US and from across the globe. Moreover, while providing fair improvements to postdocs, the agreement has no impact on the state general fund. Approval of this agreement would also maintain, in our view, the long tradition of respect for the collective bargaining process, where parties like the university and the UAW in this case can reach fair agreements on the issues independent of the political process. Thanks again for your time, and we hope you will support this agreement.
Thank you very much. Michaela, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have just a couple of clarifying questions. This agreement for Attorney Buffkin, this agreement was reached in last year in 2020. The agreement is before us in 2021. Was this reflective of the pandemic?
Yes, it was, Chairwoman Austin. We were prepared to submit this to the General Assembly last year, and we were specifically asked to hold that as the Capitol had closed and was not conducting any further business.
Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Lang, if a postdoc was covered by this contract as of the time of ratification of the union and have left their post, will they be able to get retroactive pay, or will they be able to get pay under the contract even though they may not be there any longer?
I think that's an issue we would work out with the university. It's an unusual situation having been delayed so long.
Correct. And so I just want to make sure that that's a concern of mine, that someone who would have been covered last year, but just because of the pandemic and the non-ratification of this by the General Assembly would leave somebody out. So I just want to sort of flag that for the both of you as an initial concern. Representative Walker, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions for Attorney Buffkin. How does the National Institute for Health establish the minimum salary for postdocs, and what is the history on that? In other words, do they routinely each year increase that minimum salary, and how is that established?
As to the establishment of it, I will turn that to Dr. Kent Holsinger to respond to. But in terms of the history, there had been a long period of time where the NIH minimum had not been increased. In recent years, it was increased in February of 2020 and again in January of 2021. Those increases were about 2%. After the lengthy period of not increasing it, prior to this unit organizing, I believe the increase from the National Institute of Health, again, following a number of years where that salary minimum had not moved, was about 11%. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Holsinger.
Who is talking now? They're muted. I'm sorry, sir.
Kent Holsinger,
Vice Provost for Graduate Education and Dean of the Graduate School, also a faculty member in ecology and evolutionary biology. With respect to the National Institutes of Health and how they set the dollar figure, the history of this is that for a number of years, the minimum salary they recommended was actually quite low. The National Academy of Sciences performed a study about 5 years ago in which they recommended that the general compensation for postdocs increase substantially to reflect their important contributions to research and to make it possible for them to live in a decent life. Since that time, as Karen said, in the last couple of years, they have adjusted the recommended compensation by 2% or perhaps 3% in the last couple of years to reflect general increases in the cost of living. I don't believe they have a strict methodology that determines the amount. They survey postdocs and their experience and come up with compensation based on that.
Thank you for that. Second question I have is in the submittal from UConn, which is attachment D. You broke down the different methods for this funding, majority of it coming from research and grants, but then there's two other categories of non-state university support and other non-state support. Could you characterize what those two categories involve and how they're funded, where that money comes from?
Yes, generally speaking, and I have Kelly Wibby from our budget office here today who can give more specific insight into those funds. But those are external dollars to the university that are either private grants or also, in some instances, a small amount of tuition dollars may support the research mission of the university, and also donations through the university's foundation may support that research effort as well, or be allocated for by the donor for research. Kelly, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you got it. The non-state university support, it's a very small amount. It's basically tuition dollars. Our university support either comes from the state appropriation or tuition dollars. The other non-state support is exactly as Karen described. Likely a lot of foundation or other types of gifts or grants to the university.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was muted. Senator Minor said that he had some personal business to take care of or some other legislative business early this morning, and he will be on. First question, Representative Nolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And France had actually asked the question that I was going to inquire about. I just wanted to know where the funds were, what grants were the funds coming from to help assist pay this, and what was being not paid since they were transferring the money. That's the only question I had.
Thank you.
With respect to, I'm not sure that I understood where the money's being transferred from, but these are grants that are applied for by faculty members who are known as principal investigators at the University of Connecticut. Some of them are multi-year grants. They are budgeted for salary, equipment, and other items. We would have budgeted in anticipation of this collective bargaining agreement, we would have budgeted for the increases that are provided therein. Not only the university, but the National Institutes of Health and the National Science Foundation recommend budgeting a certain amount for salary increases as part of the application for a grant. And so that's how this contract would be funded.
Even better specifics than I needed, but I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the UConn team for your presentation today. It was very helpful. I have two questions. The first question has to do with other states that have such arrangements with state universities with their postdocs. Is this a common practice? and do we have any data to support that it will indeed be a perk to attract talent to our state?
There are about, or at least at the time that we were entering into this collective bargaining agreement and negotiating this collective bargaining agreement, there were approximately a half a dozen universities across the United States that had bargaining units with postdocs. With respect to the, we were very conscious in terms of the salaries in this contract of being able to attract and compete for talented postdocs. We believe that the agreement that we reached will enable us to continue to do that.
Thank you. In terms of extra fringe costs, what are the postdocs entitled to outside of this, their salary? Are they eligible for pension, healthcare? If you could describe that, that would be great. And if this contract does have any effect.
With respect to benefits, again, we talked about that they have, sick leave, holidays, vacation leave that they're entitled to, as well as maternity benefits and bonding benefits for spouses of or the non-birth parent for the employee. They are covered by the partnership plan health insurance, which is the same plan that covers our graduate assistants and graduate fellows, as well as they will have access or an option to elect participation in the ARP plan only.
And that this agreement does not change those items. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that entirely. My apologies.
Sorry, just to clarify that this agreement does not alter, except for the maternity and some of those other things, days. This doesn't change the benefit of their insurance or any other plans that they're participating in.
Actually, not in the collective bargaining agreement itself, but they were state employees previously and were on the state employee health plan. This puts them, as a result of an agreement between the parties, this puts them into the partnership plan, which again, as we indicated, covers our graduate assistants who also have a collective bargaining agreement through Local 6950, the UAW. So it does change that benefit for them. But with regard to their other benefits that I spoke of earlier, they were state employees previously, so it maintains that level of benefit. It does not reduce them for this group.
Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief understanding. These are all temporary positions. Is that correct, Attorney? None of these are career positions, and in my academia experience, I recall that they're highly coveted positions. Has there ever been a time where UConn has been unable to fill its graduate assistant, teaching assistant positions because it was competitively not competitive with the dozen or so other university systems that participate in a collective bargaining arrangement for these students?
With respect to your first question, yes, they are temporary employees. And when I say temporary, that they are one-year appointments with a maximum of 5 years. There is a provision for an exception to that, that the university looks at very closely before granting that exception. This bargaining unit is actually not students. These are individuals who have attained their PhD, and this is a research training position that enables them to further their career in either academic research or in the private sector. And I can turn it over to Dr. Holsinger, who can provide a little more context for this position, but the graduate assistants and graduate students, those are in fact students who are pursuing either their master's or their PhDs. But this is a separate group from that. They are part and parcel of the UAW, but they are a separate unit.
But they are not working in career positions. They're working in step up positions to qualify for career positions. Therefore, they're all temporary. My impression of collective bargaining is that we're bargaining for the career state employees that are not, they're looking to keep their level playing field, and whatever else can be bargained for. But in my view, a research fellow that is a temporary, that's going to be moving to a career position, receives a significant benefit, and it's quite an honor to have an appointment such as this. So, considering that that UConn and UConn Health were sort of the stars of the deficiency bill, I'm wondering if this is packing us with expense that, very frankly, is not necessarily part of the understanding that graduate assistants, research assistants would have as they're building toward a successful career.
Thank you for that comment, Representative Belinsky. This is a national movement to recognize those people who fit into this category, to make sure that that they're getting a fair and equal treatment. And while it may be a respected position, people still have an opportunity to pay living expenses. So I appreciate your comments here, but the members of this bargaining unit applied for recognition in a collective bargaining scenario, and through negotiations were given that by UConn, but this is not an unusual relationship relative to other universities who have the same kinds of people, and just outlines the agreement between the employer and the employees in a manner so that everybody understands where they stand. So I just wanted to say that, sort of for the record, and I certainly appreciate your comments. Do you have any other questions, sir?
No, I appreciate the clarification as well. It's, context part is very important, and I thank you for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Belinsky. Representative Haddad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask just a question about the starting salary, the base salary, and I want to understand how it relates to the 3% increments. Might understand that the starting salary for a postdoc will be essentially whatever NIH sets as the base salary, and that doesn't change from year to year, except for adjustments that NIH makes, and the 3% increments. I'm wondering if they also apply to the base salary, if the starting wage for a postdoc gets adjusted from year to year, or if that stays at the NIH minimum.
Certainly. So the NIH minimum is the salary minimum for these positions. So currently, that is, I believe it's $53,760. So any new postdoc that the university hires would come in at that dollar amount. That dollar amount would remain unchanged through their first appointment year. And upon reappointment, this collective bargaining agreement would provide for a 3% increase for that postdoc, presuming that the NIH has not changed the minimum. If the NIH in that ensuing time period changed the minimum, then they would either go to the new minimum, or if 3% was higher than the NIH minimum, they would be given a 3% increase.
That last point, I guess, is interesting. And so if the NIH increases the minimum by 3%, then a first year and a second year postdoc would essentially be earning the same amount of money.
That is a possibility, yes.
Let me just thank you very much for your answer. That helps clarify an issue for me, because when you're looking at 4%, 3% for 4 years consecutively, those can really compound, I guess. But since the average 10 years, only 2 years, I think that we're really looking at something a little bit unusual and different here. And it seems to me that you've set the starting wages for postdocs to be competitive with other Research One universities, and frankly, not much more than that. And then the last thing I'd just like to say, and this I think actually goes to Senator Austin's comments and Representative Belinsky's comments a moment ago. You know, my district includes stores. A lot of the postdocs that we're talking about sort of live and obviously work in my district, and they, like everybody, oftentimes have families and a family to support. It's important that I think that we treat the people who work and who provide value for the university fairly, and I think that that's what this contract does. I don't think anybody is. Well, I don't think that $54,000 are paltry wages. I don't think anybody's getting rich off of these positions either. And I know that prestige and advancement is important, but that doesn't put food on the table for their kids and their family either. So I appreciate that you've taken the time to negotiate this contract and you've come to a fair agreement that I think is both competitive in the market and also treats employees fairly at the university. Plan to support this at the committee meeting soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Haddad. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I'd like to say hello, and it's good to see all of the parties here. You are folks that I've worked with in the past, and so it's great to see you here today. And you know, I congratulate you on reaching a fair agreement. I know how difficult that can be, having been in those shoes before, and I know you all worked hard to get to this place. I also want to align myself with Representative Haddad's comments. I think you said it so well, Representative, in describing the folks who work for the university and our responsibility as a state, and the responsibility of the university to reach a fair agreement with folks. I just have one question I think that would help clarify, and I would ask this to Mr. Lang. It's hard to call you that, Ken, but I would like to ask you about, just maybe to help clarify for folks on this committee, about the statutory rights of postdocs to organize. I believe that our state has granted those rights to employees, and postdocs aren't, as you pointed out correctly, Senator Austin, are not students, but are, so there was never a student employment issue here. This is a straight up question of employee status. Am I correct about that, Mr. Lane?
Including that Senate letter.
Yes, and the union was recognized under the statute that grants collective bargaining rights to state employees. So yes.
Thank you. So it really wasn't when graduate students around the country began organizing, and I was involved in that too, there were a lot of questions about whether students have rights as employees, but that is not germane to this contract, because these are straight up considered employees of the university and state employees. So thank you for your answer on that, and it's good to see you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just have a very quick question, and it centers on the costs associated with the agreement. And it's noted that these costs will be borne by the university and coming from research grant revenues and mandatory fees. can anyone answer, and doesn't have to be to the dollar amount, but just maybe the percentage that comes from the tuition fee? That's a concern. I'm just curious as to what that percentage would be. And then the second question would be, do any of these postdocs remain in Connecticut after they've done their research? And finally, the property, the research output, and does the university have rights to any of that research going forward? And if so, can they give an example of perhaps how some of this research benefited the university? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative McCarty. I'm going to call on both Kelly Wibby and Dr. Holsinger to help answer the first two questions. But with respect to your last question, and I believe Dr. Holsinger can also weigh in on that, but the intellectual property and the research done and conducted at the University of Connecticut is governed by state statute, and the university does follow those statutes on intellectual property. With that, Kelly, if you could speak to the percentage of tuition dollars, and then.
Sure, yeah, the total cost each year is about 6% of total costs that would be coming from, say, tuition dollars. It's about 82% that comes from the research, and then a small portion in other funding sources.
Thank you.
Kelly. Oops, sorry.
Nope, I'm sorry. Is there anybody else, Attorney Buffkin, that needs to comment on this?
Yes, Dr. Holsinger.
Remind me what you wanted me to address. Intellectual property, there was one other thing.
How many of the postdocs remain in Connecticut or employed in Connecticut after they are done their program?
Thank you. We don't have good data monitoring where individual postdocs end up. I would say some of them remain in Connecticut, probably more go elsewhere. So the main contribution to Connecticut is while they are here. And let me emphasize how important postdocs are to the research enterprise of the university. They are vital because they come already highly trained, highly skilled in very specialized areas, and are able to contribute immediately to the ongoing research of faculty at the university, also to train graduate students as well. And so they are a vital part of the research output during the years that they are here. With respect to intellectual property, Karen's right. There actually is an Article 11 in the contract covers intellectual property. It makes it clear that they have the same intellectual property rights, but also the same intellectual property obligations as other university employees. And so that means when a research grant comes to the university, it comes to the university, not to an individual. And so intellectual property rights are associated then to the university and split with those individuals who were involved.
Representative McCarty, did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can somebody clarify for me? I notice in written testimony from a postdoc that he lists his address as actually being in Newport News, Virginia, and doing work for that. So I just would like to clarify if he's a postdoc for the University of Connecticut. I would have assumed he would have been in stores, and it appears he's not. So thank you.
Attorney Buffkin.
Without the specific name of the individual, it's hard to answer that question. They may still have maintained their home address. They may be a newly hired postdoc at the University of Connecticut and haven't officially moved, or they may be somebody who recently left and who are still supportive of the agreement because they were here at the time that we entered into it. Without more information, I can't speak to that. Dr. Holsinger, is there anything that you can add?
I can. His name is Eric. I'm going to say Fucci, I believe is how you would pronounce it. Fuchey. He provided written testimony. That's available to us.
So I don't know this particular individual. It's plausible though, given that he's in a postdoctoral associate in physics. There is a major physics research facility in that area of Virginia that many of our faculty work with. It's a highly specialized electron beam facility. It may well be that his responsibilities involve working closely with that machine. And so even if he is physically located in Connecticut or in Virginia, it is still certain that he's making significant contributions to our research effort.
Okay, thank you. Are there other situations that would be the same way, that they're not located in stores, but they're UConn postdocs, sorry?
There would certainly be cases where postdocs would spend 6 weeks to 2 or 3 months, say even in a foreign country, because the nature of the research project, although funded at UConn, requires travel to South Africa or Ethiopia or Thailand in order to collect materials for the research purposes. And so that's very possible that postdocs could be engaged in those kinds of activities.
Okay, I would assume that's sort of temporary as opposed
Correct.
to this looks like it's permanent.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell from the address whether it's permanent or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Harrison. Are there any other questions relative to the contract from either the administration or the employer or the employee representatives? Seeing none. Thank you very much. So now we have we are going to go directly into a committee meeting. So all of the other representatives can.
Madam Chair, excuse me, would you please close the public hearing?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not quite done. So we're going to close this public hearing and go directly into a committee meeting. So all of the members of UConn and the employee representatives can leave now. That would be great. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your help in explaining the contract. So
thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Have a nice day. So first and foremost, we're going to call the committee meeting to order.
If you would close the public hearing first, Madam Chair, that would be really helpful.
I did.
For the transcriptionist.
I did. I said we closed the public hearing. I'll say it again. We close. This will be the 3rd or 4th time, but we're closing the public hearing. So
thank you.
We're going to open the committee meeting, but we are going to go into a caucus. And before everybody leaves, let's just have a conversation for a minute. We are having a caucus. I know that the ranking members have asked for, I believe, a 45-minute caucus. Representative France?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I've not heard from anybody on the Democratic side that would like a caucus. Could you please contact Representative Walker or myself to say whether or not you need a caucus? And the caucus would be relative to discussing either the contract, and we also have on our committee agenda the vaccine bill. So that would be what the caucus is about, and the vaccine bill discussion that we will have will be relative to the fiscal note, which you should all look at. But our administrator is kind enough to set up caucus rooms if we so need them. Does anybody, again, either text or let Representative Walker and I know if you want to have a caucus. I know the Republicans are going to have a caucus, and I believe you have the room already set up, Representative France?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Just trying to ask the question on the other side. Thank you very much. We will stand in recess for the purposes of caucusing, and we'll be getting a room out to Democrats if they so need one. Please let us know.
Madam Madam Chair, yes, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, since we are doing a 45-minute caucus, I want to make it very definitive on what time. So we will be reconvening at 11:50.
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah.
is that okay, Representative France?
Yeah, we've had a
Yes.
few people ask for a Democratic caucus too. They have texted me, so we'll set that up also.
We'll set that up. So 11:50, sir. Thank you.
11:50. Thank you, Representative Walker.
So, Madam Administrator, is there anything that we need to pass along right now?
No, Madam Chair, this will remain open. There will be, YouTube Live will remain open. I'll have, instead of my name being posted, it'll say in recess. And then when you're ready, we'll just reconvene.
Thank you very much. So we'll come back at 11:50 to update the public on where we stand if we're coming right back then. So, Representative Walker will send out a caucus, a room to the people on the D side, please.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. As soon as I can get the room set up. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allie?
Yes, I'm setting that up now.
For all of those from the Democratic caucus, a link was sent to your email for our caucus room. Thank you.
Was that just sent today or?
Just now, just now.
It was just sent just now.
Yeah.
Hello, is there anybody here? Hello,
Hi, Charlie, I'm here.
who are you, Sue?
Yeah.
I had work and I just got out of work. Is this meeting still going on or?
You're in caucus right now, Charlie, so you should have received a link from someone,
Okay,
either an HRO or SRO for a caucus.
all right. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
You're welcome.
So do I disconnect from here and go to caucus?
No, you can stay right here and then just access the other link for caucus.
Okay, great. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're
Yep.
welcome. Charlie, you'll want to turn your video off for this while you're in caucus, okay?
also the agencies that are not
Hi, everybody. How are you? Have we heard from the ranking members, Representative Walker?
Kathy, muted.
I'm not muted now. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you now.
Have we heard from the ranking members at all?
No, let me, don't see any Republicans just yet. Let
I
me-
do not. Do you want to call Mike and find out or text him?
Yep, I'm gonna do it now.
Okay, great. I'm gonna go get hot water. I'm gonna, so just for the listening public, we are still in recess. And we'll let you know when we're coming back as soon as we hear from our colleagues.
Charlie. Charlie, do you know if they're still caucusing? You're muted.
Okay, we just finished and people should be coming back on any minute now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, sir.
I do want to apologize. I missed the first hour because I was at work. And I'm trying to balance all these meetings, and I didn't get notified by my legislative assistant regarding this meeting until early this morning.
Oh,
So I really couldn't make arrangements to be there the first hour.
No problems. No problems. There were a lot of people who could not make it the first hour too. So it's more, it's you're here now. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Mike. Look, everything is, it's soup, right? We're all done.
Yes, yes. Sorry, I had to make a detour through GAE to vote before the votes closed.
Oh, no problem. We understand. We understand. I know I have a couple of other colleagues who are voting in other meetings too. And so I promised that we would talk slowly so that everybody would have a chance to get back on. Kathy, did you get your hot water? You're muted.
I got my hot water. I didn't get my hot water. I turned it on, so I'm just waiting for it to boil. I'm watching it from here.
Okay.
Madam Administrator?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Are you ready for us to come back from recess now?
I sure am.
All righty. So the committee meeting is going to resume, and we are talking about the contract for the postdocs. And then we will vote by the Senate and then the House, or the House and then the Senate. But does anybody have any comments or questions on the contract?
No.
Does it look like anybody has anything? Mike, are you trying to unmute yourself?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm trying to get my documents up in front of me. Thank you. So one of the questions I had through Chair, just a clarifying understanding as we get ready to vote. We just finished the public hearing, and the layout of the postdoc contract is as I understood, if you confirm, the starting salary for new postdocs will be what is established by the NIH, and then this contract, as if they are renewed for 1, 2, or more years up to the maximum of 5, would establish the 3% annual increase in that salary. Is that correct? Through you, Madam Chair.
That would be a correct statement.
And the second thing, I think that one of the questions was related to the starting salary or the salary on the second year and following, is if the NIH increase was greater than the 3%, then the NIH minimum salary would be the standard that is established. Is that correct?
That would be also correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. And is the final part of that for clarification is the input that came in from UConn in their letter. There's 3 essential areas of where this funding comes from to pay the salaries, substantially from the grants that fund the research, but there's also other non-state funding, which could be state university funding, which could be tuition, and then other non-state support, which would be could be grants that come through the foundation or other people who donate to contribute to research. Is that an accurate characterization of where the funding comes from to support the salaries?
Yes, that would be correct also.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will go on to vote for the, which caucus would you, which chamber would you like to vote first, Madam Administrator?
How about the Senate, Madam Chair?
All righty then. Remember, everybody, this will be the Senate voting on the resolution relative to this contract. Please prepare yourself.
So if I may have a motion, Madam Chair, in a second, please.
I will entertain a motion for the Senate resolution on
So
the
moved.
post.
Second.
It was moved by Senator Winfield and seconded by Senator Kushner.
Either way, Senator Anwar or Senator Kushner, either way.
Thank you very much, Senator. Madam Administrator.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley. Senator Minor.
Yes.
Senator Doherty Abrams.
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella. Senator Flexer. Sorry, Madam Chair, I have to keep muting people. My apologies. I'm sorry, Senator Flexer. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester in the affirmative.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Senator McCrory. Senator Summers. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Madam Administrator, are we able to leave these votes open?
We're able to leave them, well, could we, sure.
I think that we're only looking to leave them open till we'll have a time frame once we figure out the vaccine bill, but I would like to leave the votes open if possible.
That's fine, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I vote?
Senator Flex, you got to turn your camera on, please.
Thank you. Senator Flexer votes yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And Madam Administrator.
All right, I'd like to call for only the representatives. House Resolution number 12, resolution proposing approval of the collective bargaining agreement between the University of Connecticut Board of Trustees and the International Union United Automobile, Aerospace, Agricultural Implement Workers of America, Local Union 6950. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Sorry.
Moved by Candelaria.
Yeah, it was moved by Representative Candelaria and seconded by Representative Hall. Are there any discussions? Any questions? Madam Administrator, please call the roll. And please remember, when you vote, you got to turn your camera on, guys. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Walker.
I vote in the affirmative. Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan votes yes.
Representative France.
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie. Representative Baker. Representative Betts.
Representative Betts votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Belinsky.
Representative Belinsky votes no.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Dillon. Representative DeMassa. Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
I see Representative Baker. Representative Baker? You're muted, sir. If you,
Representative Baker votes yes.
thank you, sir. Representative Ferraro.
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Haddad.
Representative Haddad votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall.
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative McCarty.
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Representative McGee.
Representative McGee votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes. Representative Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Terziak. Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes no.
Representative Zalistowski.
Representative Zalistowski votes yes.
Representative DeMassa.
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
Thank you. If there are any other folks who have not yet voted who would like to vote, who just come on, if you raise your hand, I can recognize you. Oh, great. Senator Summers?
Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Abercrombie?
Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Curry?
Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you, sir.
I think that we will leave the votes open, and we'll make a determination on how long after we take up the next bill. Senator Austin?
Thank you very much, Representative Walker. Madam Administrator, is anyone from OFA on the?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Mr. Chafee on?
Mr. Chafee should be on.
Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you, Don. Just wanted to make sure. Appreciate that. So we're going to I'll entertain a motion for the House Bill 6423.
So moved. Second by Abercrombie.
Moved by Senator Abrams, seconded by Representative Abercrombie. It's been moved and seconded, and now we'll get into the discussion phase of this. And I just want to caution everybody right up front that this is about the fiscal note and only about the fiscal note. It is not about the policy of this issue. This is the policy of the issue as discussed in public health and will be discussed on the floor of both chambers should it make it that far. So I want everybody to be really clear that we are only talking about the consequences of the fiscal note of this particular piece of legislation. And I open it up to questions. And if you have questions relative to the fiscal note, I will be referring, please ask them through the chair, either Representative Walker or myself. And we will have the Office of Fiscal Analysis analysts answer said questions. If they're asked over and over again, we might say asked and answered. So I just want everybody to be really clear about that right now. And please remember to raise your hands. And first question goes to Representative Betts or comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Could someone, whether it's OFA or somebody from one of the legislators, give an explanation as to how this number was arrived at and what it covers and does not cover?
Sure. Mr. Chafee, could you please give us how we got to the numbers on the fiscal note, please?
I'll actually take a shot at that.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Neil Ayers.
Yep, Neil Ayers, Office of Fiscal Analysis. We got some information from the Department of Public Health on the number of kids who currently have a religious exemption, and then based on the number of children who, without that exemption, would be required to be vaccinated under the state's vaccination program, which covers privately insured children. Medicaid and other children are covered under a federal program. So we based it on assuming, and that's why it's up to, assuming that these children would be vaccinated under the state program.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my question.
Thank you very much, Representative Betts. Appreciate that. Senator Summers.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to OFA, I have two questions. The $126 that was used for the average cost of vaccines, is that a full schedule of vaccines, or is that just a few individual vaccines? I'm trying to figure out where that number came from.
I believe that is the full recommended vaccines from 0 to 18.
0 to 18. Okay. And then my second question is probably a little more complicated. So I looked at the fiscal note and then I compared it to the data provided by DPH and the State Department of Education. And the number of religious exemptions in Connecticut for 2019 to 2020 was 8,042. And it looks like the calculations were based on 1536, which is only 20% of the total religious exemptions. And I think you probably took the 1536, which was like just one year, not including all of the religious exemptions. And therefore, we're only reporting like 20% of the potential cost to the insurance fund. So there were 5,375 students with religious exemptions enrolled from pre-K to sixth grade in 19 to 20, not 1,075 per the report. And based on the estimation that 67% of the students have private insurance, 3,600 is the maximum number of students that could be vaccinated per this bill, not 720. And then therefore at a cost of 126 per year, the cost to DPH would be $453,757 to purchase vaccines for kids, not $91,000. And then in addition to that, when you look at the loss for higher education, there's a number in there, but I think that it's not being reflective also of what we really have for religious exemptions, because if you look, we have 36 students going to one of the 4 state schools. So that's 36 approximately times $12,000, which is $453,000. And then 13 of those are living on campus. So that's an additional charge. So those students are $175,000 each. And then you have 200 students with religious exemptions going to college at about $45,56 each. So when you total that up, it's much greater than $900,000 if those kids are not going to be able to go to school because they don't have all the vaccines. That should also, I think, be calculated in the loss. And therefore, in addition, I think our numbers are very different. I think the impact is much greater than what's being captured here. And if you think about it, and this has to do with fiscal, but we do have to talk about the bill itself. The bill talks about if you don't have a religious exemption, if you have a religious exemption, and you're not.
I'm just gonna, Senator
This
Summers.
is part of the financial part, excuse me, Chair. It really has, it's very.
I understand that, but you've asked a lot of different questions, so could we have?
All part of the same question though, which has to do with the cost.
Okay,
which is we have approximately 30,000 students that are not compliant, and they would have to become vaccinated to stay in school or else they're unenrolled. So there's no cost associated in the fiscal analysis to include those 30,000 potential students that would also have to get vaccinated. So if you multiply 126 times, 30,000 students, that's a cost, and you add it up with the 453,000 that I talked about, we're looking at a $4.2 million cost to get these kids vaccinated. So I really think the analysis is not reflective of what's in this bill. And the data that we are looking at, or I'm looking at, is coming directly from DPH and what we have for religious exemptions. So I just wanted to throw that out there for people.
Thank you very much, Senator Summers. Mr. Ayers. OFA.
All I can say with the public health, that is information that we received from the Department of Health as of yesterday. And it's just similar, in line with the information we received on a similar bill that came out last year as well.
So,
Senator Summers.
Can I actually make one clarification on the fiscal note?
Please, sir.
Up on the box up top for the higher ed revenue loss. We mistakenly put a general fund revenue loss. The text of the note is correct. It is to university funds, not general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. Senator Summers.
Yes, I was wondering, through you, Madam Chair, if OFA could comment on the facts that I have presented and the numbers that we have right off the DPH website and SDE versus what you're getting from DPH. Perhaps they're just looking at just like 1 year, but they're not looking at the cumulative effect of how many students between pre-K and sixth grade or seventh grade actually have those religious exemptions.
Thank you, Senator Summers. The bill, the fiscal analysis is by the content that's in the bill. Would that be a correct statement, Mr. Ayers?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions?
Yes, I would disagree with that completely. If this bill stands for 8,042 students that have a religious exemption in the state of Connecticut. Therefore, all of those students would have to be updated with their vaccines. They may not all need the full schedule, but they're going to need vaccines. So I don't understand the numbers, how it is possible to have only a fraction of that included as far as the cost to get children vaccinated. In addition, the bill calls for children that are non-compliant, meaning they don't have vaccines, but they have not taken a religious exemption, to get up to speed on their schedule. So there's about 30,000 of those students. So that should be included in the cost analysis also. So I would disagree that it is reflective, because it is not.
Thank you very much, Senator Summers. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Summers did a wonderful job at starting off where my concerns also lie. But rather than the cost of the immunizations, I think it's important that we look at the unintended consequences that this bill might raise. Now, I don't want to speak about the bill because that's a floor matter, but I do want to speak about fiscal impact. If the 30,000 students that are unvaccinated for either religious or other reasons were to elect to remain unvaccinated, the state would potentially be incurring about a $345 million expense to provide them their constitutional rights to a free, appropriate public education in a venue that is not a public, or for that matter, a personal in attendance private school. So, using the ECS cost basis per student of $11,525, I believe that is, that math is $345 million. I would contend that that is a frightening fiscal note. And even if it plays out only in portion and partially, a tremendous exposure to the state of Connecticut, notwithstanding the costs of, and this is not a quantifiable thing for fiscal analysis, Mr. Ayers, so, there's no disrespect intended whatsoever, but one need only look at New York and California and New Jersey to see that the state is also going to incur a significant litigation expense in challenging this. It'll be years in the courts, and potentially there could be 30,000 plaintiffs. So, out of an abundance of caution, the potential for a $345 million or more unanticipated fiscal impact really concerns me. So, I'd welcome any comments to mitigate what I think we can reasonably expect to see play out in practice, if not on a full scale, at least on some percentage basis of a partial scale for those 30,000.
Thank you very much, Representative Belinsky. Today, the discussion is about the fiscal note that has been provided to us by the Office of Fiscal Analysis. Those concerns are relative to the floor debate that we'll have and the Senate debate that we will have, should this bill make it that far. And this is just relative to that, the fiscal analysis that's been done based on the information OFA has received from the Department of Public Health, and looking at how the bill is currently written. So the other questions relative to what may or may not be a potential cost, that's not relative to this particular debate. So, but I do appreciate your concerns.
With all due respect, Madam Chair, I challenge the validity of our current fiscal analysis, because
Want to hook up to what?
provided to OFA was not comprehensive enough to actually, promulgate some sort of accurate result of what could occur in this. And I look forward to the floor debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Belinsky. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my first question deals with the first paragraph of the explanation. Bill eliminates the religious exemption, and that DPH provided they spend less than $91,000 annually on the purchase of vaccines. And the question kind of leads from the conversation that Senator Summers was having previously, is that the consequence of this is not just the people that have religious exemptions that have chosen not to be fully vaccinated, but also the number of children that are not currently fully vaccinated that have not chosen to take a religious exemption. And what is the reason that OFA did not include an estimated between 20 and 30,000 children that would also need to be fully vaccinated under this policy that have not taken a religious exemption? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. The fiscal note comes from what is in the bill. The bill doesn't reference that component of it. While I believe that is something that you consider should have been part of it, what the fiscal note reflects is the information that this directly impacts. Ancillary impacts are floor debate issues. And so, Mr. Ayers, is that statement reflective of what the Office of Fiscal Analysis did?
I believe our discussions with the Department of Public Health is the number of kids directly impacted by the language of the bill.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Representative France?
I guess my comment to that is I believe that as I read the bill, the direct impact of this bill would be to not just the removal of religious exemption comply, but the other part would be though anybody who is not fully compliant, because the religious exemption issue is just one part of that. And I guess the question I would have for OFA is why they didn't inquire as to the other individuals who are not fully vaccinated and the impact there, since this bill also affects that aspect of it as well. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. I believe that is not a direct impact of the bill. Mr. Ayers, is that how you and the Office of Fiscal Analysis perceived this fiscal note?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Representative France.
All right, thank you. I guess the second question is you move down and
you can ask as many questions as you want, Mr. France. We won't be on the 2-question component of this. So if you have additional questions, please continue, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So the next question related to that, how did you arrive at the number of students who are taking the religious exemption? It appears that you took a single year as opposed to the aggregate number. So what was the 1,536 number based on? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Mr. Ayers.
That was a number that was reported to us by the Department of Public Health as being directly impacted by the language of the bill.
Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only reason I inquire is because it appears it's for a single school year as opposed to the aggregate number. Was there any discussion between you and the Department of Public Health, we know OFA and the Department of Public Health, regarding this was a single year number as opposed to the aggregate of students that are taking the religious exemption? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Did you have additional reflections with the Department of Public Health, Mr. Ayers?
I did not. I don't know to what extent our analysts did.
Thank you, Representative France.
And I think that's important because the substance of the OFA report that we rely on, if the assumptions that are put into the bill, into the report, don't accurately reflect the current status, and I would argue that they don't, based on the numbers that I know of. About 8,000 students are taking advantage of the religious exemption each year. 1,536 for grades 7 through 12 seems to be a number that doesn't line up. So I'm concerned that we didn't have a robust enough discussion between OFA and DPH on the assumptions that are in here. As we move further down, the 67% of school owners would have private insurance. Is that says it based on 2018 census data, or was that just a direct take out of the census for the number of families that have, and approximately 2/3 of families have private insurance? Is that where that data came from, through you, Madam Chair?
Thank you very much, Representative France. Mr. Ayers.
I would believe so, based on the language in the note.
Thank you very much. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then I guess the question I would have is $2,400 per child for the recommended vaccines. It appears that OFA chose to divide by 18 in a number to get 126 annual average cost. That does not appear to align with the CDC schedule of vaccines, since most vaccines are given prior to the age of 5. What was the rationale by OFA to average the cost when that does not align with the schedule with CDC, and therefore the costs would not be based on an average of calendar year, but in fact mostly through children below the age of 5? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Mr. Ayers.
I believe it was, there's a recommended schedule. We weren't able to find actual data on the actual timing of receiving of them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Representative France.
And that is I appreciate the answer, and I understand I wasn't able to get data. It's disappointing because, frankly, almost all the vaccines that, other than the annual flu vaccine, that children receive are prior to entering school age 5. There are very few vaccines that are given above the age of 5. And so I think the error in the cost estimate is that when you're dealing with the children under grade 7, so K through 6, you will have a child entering kindergarten that will essentially have to have the majority of their vaccinations prior to entering school, which could be $1,500 to $2,000 per child to allow them to continue, not $126 per year, because it's not averaged over the year. So I'm a little disappointed that we are not having that a more accurate depiction of what the cost would be. On a separate note that intersects with this, I note that there is no depiction of the municipal costs related to the potential loss of ECS revenue that is based on census that's taken every October 1st. What is the rationale for OFA not incorporating the cost to municipality of lost revenue on ECS? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. I think that is the same answer that I gave earlier, is the ancillary possibilities of costs are not relative here because they're undetermined. And so the Office of Fiscal Analysis would not include that they don't generally include possibility issues. Mr. Ayers, would you say that that's reflective of OFA's analysis?
I would say any changes in enrollment are based on a decision made by an actor after the passage of the bill. We can't presume that people will or will not change their enrollment, nor how that will be distributed across the state.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I would disagree with your assessment respectfully, Madam Chair, because there is a revenue loss estimate based on an assumed decision for the Board of Regents that assumes a revenue loss based on decisions of students not to enroll. That's an assumption based on future activity. And I'm curious why we didn't make that same level of assumption for a percentage of students that are currently exercising religious exemption would no longer be enrolled in a local school. And then by that cause, an ECS reduction would have been inflicted onto the municipalities. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. I think that question's been asked and answered. You may disagree with it, which I certainly appreciate that you disagree with it. But that question's been asked and answered. Do you have any other questions, sir?
The question, okay, going back to the cost of vaccines by DPH, $91,000, and you may not know specifically, but as I understand it, there are elementary schools that provide vaccine clinics for flu vaccines annually, et cetera. Did the $91,000 that DPH provided include the costs that are incurred by these vaccine clinics where the annual flu vaccine is given to the elementary school kids at times? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Mr. Ayers.
We were looking at the cost of the vaccine on the vaccine fund. I believe if they were a privately insured child at one of those clinics, the fund would support that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Representative France.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Moving on to the estimate for revenue loss of Board of Regents. I know it includes an annual number, $1.4 million, and is broken down into what's the community colleges and the state colleges. But I don't see, unless I missed it, what that number is based on as far as the number of students that OFA assumed were going to be included in that arrived at that number. What was the number of students that the OFA assumed would lead to the revenue loss annually? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Mr. Ayers.
I don't have that data with me currently. I would have to check with our analysts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Representative France.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's all the questions I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Summers, I see your hands up for the second time, but I'm going to continue with the people that have it for the first time, if you don't mind, and I will get to you once everybody on the first time around has asked their questions. I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. I see you there. So Representative Pavlak-D'Amato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to touch back on something that Senator Summers did bring up earlier, but it is in regard to the under-vaccinated children. And under this bill, as I read it, and with data provided by the DPH, there are about 30,000 children that are under-vaccinated. And this bill doesn't allow them to enroll in school if without the proper paperwork. And so just based on that number alone, that would be about $3.7 million. And I don't see that number reflected in this fiscal note. So I was wondering if OFA would be able to answer if there is any part of the under-vaccinated children and the cost reflected in this fiscal note, in their figures.
Thank you very much, Representative Pavlik-D'Amato. I think we answered that question. I'll ask OFA again, but I think that question's already been asked and answered. Mr. Ayers.
As I had said earlier, our discussions were about with the Department of Public Health about the number of children directly impacted by the language of the bill. That was the information we received from them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Representative Pavlik-D'Amato.
Thank you. And I guess that's where Madam Chair, I'm having a problem because like I said, the bill doesn't allow children without the correct paperwork to enter school. And so to me, that would be a direct impact. And that, considering that number is more than, I believe, around the 1,000 that OFA gave. I don't feel that this fiscal note reflects that number or anything close to that number in any way whatsoever. And again, it is a direct impact that, I hope we get some updated figures going forward, because again, this number is going to be a lot higher than what's been presented today. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I have more of a comment and really focusing on the fiscal side of, I just want to align my remarks with those of Senator Summers because
Excuse me one second, Representative McCarty. Madam Administrator has asked us to go on pause for 1 minute. If we could recess for just 1 minute. Madam Administrator, does that help resolve your issue?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Madam Administrator, are you all set now?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much for the brief pause.
Thank you very much. We're coming back off of recess and we're going to continue with Representative McCarty. Representative McCarty, would you please continue?
Yes,
thank you for your assistance in that.
No problem. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I was just going back to align my remarks with those of Senator Summers because I do trying to just focus on the fiscal note here. I do question the $91,000 because my understanding is that there were so many more students that had the religious exemption. So the 1,500 is really the number that I'm questioning. And I'm not saying anything to OFA because they are basing their figures off of what they received from DPH. So there's where I have the issue, because I tend to question those figures as well. So I think the figure could be much more substantial, and why the bill doesn't specifically have a line in there talking directly to the non-compliant children. I do think it's important that we keep that in mind going forward, because this bill is only, in my opinion, a piece of the full picture, and we just need to keep that in mind going forward. So thank you for allowing me to make my comments.
Thank you very much, Representative McCarty. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say that this discussion has disturbed me immensely, and I don't quite understand why this issue has not and was not addressed to get us to this point, to where we could be looking to take some kind of a vote today on moving this bill out of committee. And if we're talking in the millions of dollars, I can't see how we could possibly overlook this in the calculation. And I just wouldn't feel right if I didn't say that this alone is going to cause me to vote no today. And I appreciate everyone's input, and I understand that this is a very important bill, but to those of us who pay taxes in the state of Connecticut, ever at a higher rate, I'm greatly disturbed, and just want to be on the record for speaking for those people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Wilson. I would remind everybody that we all pay taxes. I don't know anybody on this committee or in any way that doesn't pay taxes. But I appreciate Representative Wilson's comments. Senator Summers for the second time.
Yes, through you, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
very much for being patient.
Oh, no. This is an important topic. We need to be able to have a conversation. And I thank you for recognizing me. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask OFA, and I want to be clear that I mean no disrespect from the numbers they've given us. You can only give us the financials based on the data that you've received. But if you could confirm with DPH, because if you go to the EdSite website, it lists every year how many students are taking a religious exemption, public schools, private schools, total number of schools, and the percentage of religious exemptions and the number. And if you look right there, it's 8,042. It's not the number that you were given from DPH. So that's a cumulative number that we would need to absolutely have an impact on. So if you would be willing to verify that information, that would be helpful. But secondly,
excuse me, Senator Summers, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can we answer the first question first before we go on to the second one?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers.
We can certainly reach out to DPH. As I said, we base this on the number of children that DPH thought were directly impacted by this bill, the definitions in this bill. This is a number we got from them, I think around 3 or 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Senator Summers.
Okay, if I can move on here. And I, through you, Madam Chair, to OFA, I appreciate that. I'm really struggling in the fact that I don't believe that DPH is recognizing the impact of this bill, not only for DPH side, but this has a direct and deleterious effect on our education side. So the education costs have to be included in this bill, in my opinion, because it's not just one, it's a combination of both. I think that to do otherwise is really an absolute incomplete fiscal analysis, and this is no offense to you, of what the impact on this bill does. So the direct impact of this bill is that any student without their paperwork for a vaccine will be unenrolled in school, whether you have a religious exemption or you just don't have any paperwork. So currently 30,000 students don't have any paperwork, so they must be included. And this fiscal note and DPH, in my opinion, is failing to address the direct impact of the passage of this bill. On top of that, many of the communities that are going to be impacted are communities that have large number of minority students that we are trying to help. So therefore, I would like to offer an amendment.
We can't, I'm sorry, Senator Summers, we can't have amendments on bills that are referred to by the fact that this is not something that we can change at this moment in time. So we're not allowed to take any amendments. I'm sorry, I'd have to rule that out of order.
Amendment to the budget item.
We cannot do that. We cannot do that. We're here to just,
How do I appeal that decision?
I'm sorry, but I've ruled it out of order.
Because the impact is so much greater than what is actually accounted for. So if you're not going to allow for an amendment, I'd like to know, what is the process to appeal? Is it just the determination of the chair, or through you, Madam Chair?
Thank you very much. I did ask this question earlier on whether we would allow amendments. This is not allowed. This is just referred to us. You can vote no. You can do what you would, you can work on amendments for the House floor or the Senate floor, which would address your issues. But at this point, it's not allowed. So thank you very much, Senator Summers.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think, if I'm not mistaken, which I may be, but I don't think I am, that we should ask LCO, because I do think that it requires a vote of the committee.
I don't believe so. I've already ruled it out of order, Senator Summers.
Well, then, if I can continue with
Please do.
Statement. So if we are not going to allow an amendment on this bill to include what should be included, I would argue that the fiscal note absolutely needs to include the cost to educate these students that have been displaced from school. So if we are going to unenroll them from an education, including many minorities students, which I think is a huge issue, look at the Hartford schools, then the cost to cover their education must be included as a fiscal impact. And if we were to take just the average ECS formula for a student and multiply it times the number of students that could be displaced, we were looking at close to $350 million to educate those students that have been displaced because of this bill. So that cost must be included in a fiscal analysis. It is direct. When this bill says if you don't have the paperwork, you are unenrolled, there's no way that that is indirect. It is a direct consequence of this bill and must be considered. In addition to that, I would argue that those 30,000 students, if they have to be vaccinated, there is a cost there that is not being addressed. That cost is $3.75 million to be able to vaccinate those students. That is a cost that is also not being addressed. So I have great concerns over, albeit not OFA's, issue, because they are only given or provided the information from one organization, but SDE definitely should have been included. And I think every other bill, we look at the municipal impact. So these are all impacts that need to be addressed in this particular fiscal analysis. And therefore, I have no confidence in the numbers that have been brought to us today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Summers. Appreciate your comments. Just so you know, Representative France, I have some people that have raised their hands for the first time. I will go to them first before I come to you for the second time, sir. Senator Anwar, thank you. Senator Anwar, on the fiscal note, Senator.
Yes,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify with the Office of Fiscal Analysis, did they account for the cost of managing outbreak of illness like measles outbreak? Because my understanding from CDC is that it costs some.
I'm sorry, sir, you're now muted. You became muted, Senator Anwar. I don't know how it happened, but you became muted. Please continue. While you may continue with that, much akin to the comments that Senator Summers made, that is not part of this bill, and so it is not included in the fiscal note. So you, like Senator Summers, can continue that point.
Okay. Again, from Office of Fiscal Analysis, again, many of my colleagues are looking at the indirect costs, and on the same token, I'm trying to look at the indirect cost of a case of or outbreak of measles alone.
Okay.
It's my understanding CDC had suggested that there's $42 million that.
So again, Senator Anwar, as I told everybody before, we are talking about the fiscal note of this bill. And I appreciate your comments, as I have appreciated everybody's comments that don't have an opinion, that have differing opinions on the fiscal note. This is the fiscal note that we have. We are not going to talk about measles. We are not going to talk about the cost of measles or the cost of polio or the cost of mumps. We're not doing that today. We are talking about the fiscal note on this particular bill in front of us, sir. So I would, I respect your opinion on this, but the indirect costs have not been calculated in any way whatsoever. I will not be referring this to OFA to comment on.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And again, I'm continuing with those people who are asking a question for the first time, and that would be Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I just wanted to state for the record, because of my concern as well regarding the fiscal note on this bill, that I will be voting no today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Porter. Appreciate that. And now we're going on to questions for the second time, and there are some people that are questions or comments for the third time, but I will be going to Representative France for the second time. Representative Wilson, you already talked once, or no? Was that on the prior bill? I'm sorry.
No, I'll wait, because I did already talk, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And going back to my question related to municipal costs, and I'll set aside the debate on the ECS costs, but in the bill, lines 103 to 107, it states that if a parent's a guardian of any child unable to pay for immunization, that the cost will be paid by the town. So I guess I would ask OFA why they did not incorporate a cost to the municipality in compliance with the requirement in the bill that if the parents or guardian did not, are unable to pay for the expense of immunization, that the town would have to pay for that upon a recommendation of the local or regional board of education. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Mr. Ayers.
Let me understand your question. You're saying if the child was, or the child's family was unable to pay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Representative France, could you clarify your question, please?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the bill, starting on lines 103, it states, if the parents or guardian of any child are unable to pay for any immunization required by subsection A of this section, the expense of such immunization shall, on the recommendation of such child's local or regional board of education or similar body governing a non-public school or schools, be paid by the town. So I guess the question I have is, why was there no municipal impact, or even just a statement that there could be municipal impact for this bill, given that the language clearly states there could be an expense by the town? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Mr. Ayers, do you understand that question?
I do. I believe it would fall under our first footnote for Medicaid eligible, uninsured or underinsured. Believe that cost to be picked up by the federal Vaccines for Children program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Representative France.
Okay. I'm not certain how the town would be able to recoup that cost, given the legislature do it, but I'll thank you for that answer. And Madam Chair, I'm coming back to the question that was raised by the senator by the rule of amending. It appears to me in reading the joint rules that there is no prohibition to amending a bill under Joint Rule 15F2, and it's been referred. So we could get LCO or somebody to review that and confirm the chair's ruling or ruling it out of order. It appears to be in my read that Joint Rule 15F2 does allow for a referred bill to be amended by any committee receiving that bill. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. I did talk to the lawyers for the House this morning, and so I will put on pause this conversation and talk with the same people again to see if I can get a direct answer for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So we're stand at ease for a moment.
Yes, if we could stand at ease for a moment, please. All right, Madam Administrator, we're coming back in. So, hold on. So according to, I did double check and I did talk with the same people I talked with this morning. And so to clear up any confusion, Representative France, thank you very much. The committee can be allowed to amend the bill relative to Rule 15 F2. However, it can only be relative to the fiscal note. And that is the only thing that we can look at, not the substantive nature of the bill, only relative to the fiscal note and not to the broader question when we're talking about shouldn't we include this group or that group, or what may happen if people choose not to vaccinate themselves, should we do this bill. But relative to the fiscal note, and if anybody has any amendments that they are considering, if you could forward them in writing to the administrator so that everybody is going to look at it relative to the fiscal note, we will entertain those amendments. In our earlier conversation today, what was being referred to was to the broader bill, and we would not change the broader bill. But if you feel that the fiscal note doesn't include something, then relative to that, Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that summary. I can inquire as to the same, you say the same attorneys you talked to this morning. Were those staff attorneys or those LCO attorneys?
Well, I just talked to both LCO and staff attorneys together.
And I guess the only point I would raise with that is typically we have LCO present at the meetings.
They're online right now. He is
Again?
online right now. Nick is online right now.
Hear directly from them on that interpretation, on the thing that, in my experience in the time that I've been in this list, I've seen appropriations bring forward amendments that not only had a fiscal point to them, but did change policy, because policy is set by fiscal changes. And so I guess it's my point is that I believe that the amendment that was being offered had a fiscal note as a consequence of the actions of this bill and didn't change policy. It was being responsive to the consequences of the bill. And I would argue it's germane under appropriations, since there is a fiscal component to the consequences of the bill. And that's why I think that's why I believe that the amendment as offered previously was germane. To you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative. Do you have an amendment, sir?
I believe Senator Summers has that amendment.
I will call on her, but I want to call on everybody that has their hands up for the first time.
Fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Ciccarella, you had your hand up. Did you remove your hand, sir?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Minor. Senator Minor.
Madam Chair, no, I was actually going to have the same conversation that Representative France just had with you, and I would be willing to just step aside for the time being and let Senator Summers call her amendment, which I do believe is germane.
Thank you very much, Senator Minor. Senator Summers, do you have an amendment?
Yes, I would like to call an amendment. I will get it to you in writing. That would add $350 million to the fiscal note to account for the education costs of the 30,000 students that will be displaced.
So before you read it to us, could you just send it so that we're seeing the amendment?
I have to put it in writing and send it to you.
Okay, so would you like us to pause while you type that up?
Right. And we take a recess for 2 minutes and I will get it over to you.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Is Madam Administrator available?
Representative Tersiak, we're in the process of debating a bill,
You-
so I cannot take your vote right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Madam Administrator, can you please let me know when you get Senator Summers' potential amendment?
Yes, I will, Madam Chair. I'm waiting for it.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Minute. Representative McGee.
Hi, Madam. I'm sorry. I stepped away from.
We're in recess for a minute.
Okay,
So we will be back in just a few minutes. Thank you.
no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Did you receive the amendment, Madam Administrator?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have. I have just forwarded to committee members and staff an email that I received on behalf of Senator Summers, which contains, I believe, the amendment that Senator Summers is proposing currently. And in addition, there is the possibility of a second amendment, and the language of that will be in the email as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
If everybody could, excuse me, everybody, Madam Administrator,
Yes, Madam Chair.
we will be resuming in 5 minutes. If everybody could get back online, please. 5 minutes. So Madam Administrator,
Sorry, Madam Chair, I had a frog in my throat. Yes.
is our 5 minutes up, or do we have a couple more minutes?
Oh, golly, I think we have a couple more minutes. Just to be on
Okay,
the safe
so
side.
so we'll start again at 2.
Yes, just to be on the safe side. Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
All righty then. Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. So we're going to pull back off of being at ease. If everybody could come forward, I appreciate it. So Senator Summers, thank you very much for sending those over. If we could come to Amendment 1, and I'll make a ruling on Amendment 1.
Okay, I would like to propose an amendment to the bill that would add a section to the bill for a $350 million fund to cover the cost of educating the students that are unenrolled from the elementary or secondary schools in the state as a result of not being vaccinated pursuant to this act. And this is a conservative estimate. This was based on
Okay, if we could.
Foundation portion of the ECS formula being 11,000.
Thank you very much, Madam.
It doesn't include English as a second language. It doesn't include wealth or poverty.
Thank you very much, Senator Summers. If we could make a ruling on the amendment as presented. So I rule this.
Thank you. I just wanted to finish my amendment as to why I was making it. And I think it's important for people to.
So I understand that, Senator Summers. If I could just make a ruling on the amendment as presented. This amendment is not germane to this discussion. It is attempting to add a new program onto the bill that's before us, which is not germane to this discussion. I am ruling this amendment out of order.
Okay, I would like to appeal that ruling, please. And
Thank you very much. We will call for a vote on the ruling of the chair. Madam Administrator, are you ready?
Senator, could you explain? An affirmative vote supports the ruling of the chair. A negative vote does not support the ruling of the chair.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Madam Administrator is.
I'd like to ask a question, if I could, which is I would like to appeal to the chair that it's not germane and explain why I feel it is germane. Because this bill.
Don't believe that that's part of this. If you could hold on 1 minute, please, Senator Summers. Let me just set up the process first, and then we can have a discussion.
Madam President.
Before anybody else is recognized, let me just make sure that we are ready to move forward. Madam Administrator, after the discussion here, are you ready to move to a vote when we call for said vote?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have the vote tally sheet ready, so whenever you're ready to call the vote.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Administrator. The ruling of the chair is this amendment is not relevant to the bill in front of us. It is attempting to add a new program onto this bill in front of us and is not germane to the discussion in front of the Appropriations Committee here today. Hold on one minute, Senator Minor, I'll get to you in 1 second. Senator Summers is still there. Senator Summers, you wanted to say why you thought that this was germane. If we could stick to the issue at hand and not try to add in any other thing, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, I believe this amendment is germane in the fact that it is costs that are associated with the direct result of this bill. If this bill passes, the students will be displaced. There is a fiscal impact that comes along with that. This is not adding anything new. This is the result of this bill. 30,000 students being ineligible for an education in the state of Connecticut. This number includes the 8,042 religious exemption students, along with a very conservative estimate of the students that do not have paperwork and will be displaced. It is using the foundation for ECS formula, not the full total cost of education, just the portion that the state provides to these towns. It does not include wealth. It does not include poverty. It does not include English as a second language. And it certainly does not include any of those students with IEPs or 504s that will be significantly higher than this baseline. This is a conservative estimate, and it absolutely is germane to the actions and the results of the passage of this bill.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wanted to second the amendment.
Thank you very much, Senator Minor.
And
appreciate that. Any comments,
I would agree,
sir?
and I would agree that it is germane to the language before us. It is germane very much to the fiscal note, and it certainly is a fair representation of the outcome of this bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Minor. Representative Betts. You are muted, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to you is, could you point out in the amendment what the new program is, or explain to me what is new about this?
Sure. The amendment is relative to students that would be unenrolled in elementary or secondary schools, and that is not a part of this bill. This bill is about the vaccination of students. It is not about this.
Well, I'm confused, Madam Chair. It seems to me that they're all one and the same. And I would say it would even be the opposite of what we should be doing if we exclude a very large number of people who are unenrolled. So I certainly support the motion. I don't understand how it's not relevant or important, because these people need help, but I'll debate it later on. But I just thank you for the clarification, but I respectfully disagree. Bye.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And to the proponent of the amendment, I understand what you are trying to address, but the unfortunate part is the bill that we have before us is talking about providing vaccinations to people that are determined within the group of the scope of the policy that is presented here. What your amendment does is it then changes the scope of the policy and brings in other entities into the bill that we are here to just address the fiscal note. And then in your note, you also said something that really makes it even more curious, is the fact that you said estimates. When we ask for a fiscal note, we ask for a fiscal note from our Office of Fiscal Analysis. So in that regard, you are making a bill expense that really is not completely vetted out to see if it really is applicable. So in that case, again, I would say that I do not feel that the amendment that you have is soundly placed in front of us currently. If you wanted to make that amendment has to be vetted and it has to be put through the Office of Fiscal Analysis, and they have to be able to explain exactly how those calculations. They are not going to give us the varying degrees that you have in it. So with that, I will be ruling in support of the chair because of the fact that we are here to look at the fiscal note that was presented to us with the bill as presented to us now. So thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a point of order. And this point of order relates to the standard being utilized by the chair. I believe that germaneness only applies on the floor. I don't believe it applies in committee. And therefore the chair would have actually broader authority in making this decision and isn't limited to whether the amendment is germane or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And along the lines of what Representative D'Amato was saying, I don't believe germaneness applies since it's Mason. So I'm curious what the chair is stating is inappropriate about this amendment. If the chair and the members of the committee feel it's inappropriate, they can certainly vote it down. But I don't believe that germaneness of the amendment applies because Mason's doesn't apply. So if you could clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
This is outside the cognizance of the Appropriations Committee relative to lines 40 to 45 of the Joint Rules 3B1. Thank you very much.
The issue
Representative France. I understand that, but we're voting today, right now, on the on whether or not to uphold my ruling. And so that's where we are right now. The rest of these discussions are different and not relative to this today. So are you?
I guess I would argue that your position is not correct because germaneness does not apply under Mason's to the committee. So if we're voting on whether it's germane or not, I would argue that that is not appropriate for this vote. I'd rule it make a comment that this whole vote is not appropriate because germaneness is not a standard for committee. And that is what the ruling of the chair
violates. Thank you very much. The amendment violates the cognizance of the committee under Joint Rule 3. And I've ruled that. Senator Summers is appealing that decision.
Well, I appreciate that. But I would argue that is not what you had said earlier, Madam Chair. And I understand what you're saying now, but that's not what was said before. And that's not what was argued and before us now that we're debating. It is the germaneness, and that standard doesn't apply to what is before this committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will register my dissatisfaction with any ruling of germaneness. With all due respect and complete respect for OFA and the chairs of this committee, there's no avoiding the fact that the unintended consequence of this is going to become a $350 million, perhaps, negative fiscal impact on the state of Connecticut that is directly attributable to this proposal. So it is germane in my humble opinion, and I, very frankly, I could not in good conscience, do anything other than vote strong no, should this not be part of the consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative McCarty.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, trying to unmute there. I just want to thank you for your flexibility today and listening to all of our concerns. But I too also believe that this amendment should be germane only, and I hate to point a finger, but I believe the problem we're facing today is that we did not have the full accounting of the purport of this bill, and it was very narrow in scope, but it leaves us with that question, what do we do if this proposal goes forward? So I believe the amendment is trying to actually pick up that piece that we did not receive and giving that opportunity to do a complete picture. So I believe it is germane, even though the analysis of the proposal just for that small segment. But if you read right in the very beginning of the bill, it talks about how this will impact all students. The immunization requirements impacts all of our students. So this doesn't give the full picture of where will be going.
I'm sorry, Representative McCarty. That person is now muted. Go ahead.
That's all right. And again, I want to thank you, but I do believe that this should fall under an umbrella of germaneness, if that's relevant at all, and whether you need to have that in there. But I think it's attempting to make up that what we're not getting the full picture, and I'm not blaming OFA. I think perhaps DPH only gave the analysis just for that small segment, but the bill is much broader than that. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ferraro, and just for clarification, and apologize for the lack of clarity. My ruling is because I do this is outside the cognizance of this committee, So just wanted to make sure that that was really clear. So Representative Ferraro, you're up. Please make a few comments or questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
You're welcome.
first, I would like to thank you for your patience and hearing all of that you've heard. And I appreciate the clarification just made regarding what it is that we're going to be voting on. Also, I want to echo the comments and appreciation and respect for OFA and the work that they've done in the analysis. I've been sitting here listening to this go back and forth now for a better part of an hour. It definitely doesn't sit well with me because it seems to be a very muddied and messy process, and we're dealing with something extremely important. And I know we're talking only about fiscal consequence here, but the fiscal consequence does affect the policy of many hundreds or maybe thousands of children. And I have to align myself with the comments of those that have come forward. And if we vote based on the appropriateness of the fiscal note as it relates to the cognizance of this committee, I'm going to have to be a strong no today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Ferraro. Appreciate your comments. Up next is Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand the hard work of OFA, and they put forward these numbers. And it's our job as a group to identify maybe issues or problems and make decisions that's best for our constituents. I understand that this was not proposed, and we're speaking about what was proposed by OFA, but we identified a possible problem. And if we don't handle that now, when would we be able to address that?
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccarella. Was that a question to me?
Yes,
sir. The further complications relative to this bill will be addressed on the floor of the House or the Senate. This is not the cognizance of the Appropriations Committee, sir.
Thank you. And again, to you, this is the Appropriations Committee, which handles the cost of things. And we identified that there is going to be a cost associated with this specifically. So why would we bring it to the floor when we should try to find a way to fix it here as a group?
Because this, thank you very much, Senator. This is not the cognizance of the Appropriations Committee. Reiterating that again, sir.
Okay. Would it be smart to bring this back to OFA, show them what we found and see if they could present better numbers so we can make a decision with knowledge that will directly affect our constituents? We're making a decision blind here, in my opinion, and I am new to this, but it does not make sense. We realize there's an issue, and I think it would be responsible of us to maybe go to OFA and see if they could, get firmer numbers, because clearly there is an issue here. And I think it's best that we address it now instead of bringing something forward that's going to have issues down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Ciccarella. OFA made their fiscal note based on the consequences or the detail of the bill. OFA made a correct fiscal analysis by the detail of the bill. This is attempting to add in an additional program. This is not the cognizance of the Appropriations Committee, and we would not ask them to reevaluate something that has nothing to do with the bill at hand currently. That's why we're voting right now. Thank you, Senator.
So thank you for entertaining my questions. And again, I am in a learning process here. So, but again, if this is a direct effect of this, and we're identifying it, and again, to work together as a team and give them a chance to, whether we're right, wrong, or the people that think that this is directly affected with this decision, shouldn't we have the people that are best to suit these numbers to take another look? Maybe they didn't realize that this was going to be a cost with this decision that we are about to vote on, and they're not getting another chance to take a look at this.
Thank you, Senator, but sort of an asked and answered question.
Thank you.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again also for your patience. But I would respectfully ask, could you clarify cognizance of this for me? And the only reason I ask this, I'm looking at the clock and we've been out this for several hours now. And a question was asked earlier that OFA answered that it is in the bill. And I know we're not talking about the bill, but it is in the bill that the municipalities or the state is going to be responsible for children that need to do catch up on bills or whatever, and that will be a cost. And that was alluded to by OFA. So I'm not sure, I'm not understanding why you're saying cognizance, and also what the new program is. And I would just respectfully ask that, Madam Chairman, through you. Thank you.
Thank you, but it's in lines 40 to 45 of Joint Rules 3B1. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does anybody have any questions that have not been asked or answered already? If we're going to regurgitate the same thing, it may be time to vote, but we have 3 more people with their hands up. So we're going to go quickly through them and then get to a vote. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess to clarify what we were voting on, the first, I thought we were you'd object under Joint Rule 5C, that is not germane. And now it seems that you're citing 3B1. So I don't believe that 3B1 was incorporated into the original question. So I would ask if what we were voting on, if you could clarify that at this point.
We're voting on whether or not we accept Senator Summers' amendment as appropriate before this committee.
Under which rule? The JR's 5C or under 3B1?
I don't believe I said 3B. Let me see.
No, you did not. It was under Joint Rule 5C, which I think we have agreed.
No, I didn't say.
Now cited 3B1 as the rationale for the cognizance, not germaneness, which wouldn't be appropriate. That's why I'm trying to clarify what we are.
We're voting on whether or not we think Senator Summers' amendment is appropriate and cognizant and has cognizance before this committee. It does not.
I think you cited Rule 3B1 as the justification. Is that correct?
I cited lines 40 to 45 of JR 3B1, yes.
As I read that, it clearly.
Representative France, we will determine this with a vote. So.
I
that's where
understand
we
that
are.
in under 3B1, it is clear that the responsibility of the Appropriations Committee is all things fiscal. And I think that
But this is not a fiscal report of this bill, so.
And I understand the argument that you have made to counter that we would be ruling it out of order in the fiscal analysis done by OFA. But if the fiscal analysis by OFA is based on inaccurate information provided by the executive branch, it's the responsibility of the legislative branch to ensure it's accurate.
This program is not included in the bill. Thank you, sir.
There's no program. It is the education of the children of this state under the Constitution that we have.
And I would disagree, sir. We're going to go on to the next person and asked and answered questions. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I think we're all struggling to deal with a system via Zoom that is both cumbersome and doesn't really allow us to get a sense of what it is that we're trying to accomplish. In the amendment that's been offered, I would argue that it is properly before us. I would argue that the education of students are very much in the purview of the Appropriations Committee. And I would gather by your comment of regurgitation that somehow some of the comments that are being offered are being viewed as inappropriate. And I think what we are trying to make clear is that by virtue of the bill, students will be displaced from their constitutionally provided education, public education. If I understood comments earlier from Representative Porter, there are large segments of the population that will be disenfranchised by this bill and the language in the bill. And so by offering an amendment that makes whole those individuals that would be displaced through the appropriations process, germane, it's appropriate, and it is in our purview. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Minor. Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I will align myself with one statement that the good gentleman mentioned, is that these Zooms are really hard to handle when we're having this compassionate a discussion. It really is. And I agree that, you know, the issue at hand has issues, but it was not brought up when the bill was developed. It was not put into the bill. And so therefore, the bill that we got before us is talking about vaccines for children in the state. It is not talking about not vaccinated, it's talking about vaccines for children in the state. The bill before us has identified what OFA has from the information that they got from public health, what their costs are going to be. Senator Summers' proposal or amendment that she has presented to us is adding on another thought or another area that she feels should be in the policy. But that is the policy of the bill. Appropriations is to discuss the cost that is presented to us on the bill that we have before us. And we keep going off in other areas, but we've got to stay focused on what our cognizance is, which is, in this case, it has to go to a money committee and it has to be evaluated for the money that is there. Is this afforded in the budget? Can we pay for this the way we've done? And the other things are separate. They're getting into, you're branching out into other things that really are not on the focus of the bill. So therefore, if Senator Summers feels that this bill needs to start to take into account other aspects, that is perfectly fine to be done in the discussion or the debate on the floor of the House or the Senate. But within this constraint, we're here, we have a fiscal note in front of us. We are then supposed to determine whether or not it is in our budget and can we afford to pay for it. The discussion about the children that are going to be displaced and all that belongs in the committee that generated the bill. So I ask if we could stick to the issue of the bill itself. And I definitely think that everybody's going to have an opportunity to express it, but we need to answer what we are supposed to do as the Appropriations Committee or as a money committee. Is the money there? And is the money not there? Then there's another problem. So changing the subject, changing the direction, changing the issues that are defined in this policy is not in our discussion. So I ask everybody, can we stick to what we are responsible for, and let's try and move on to the next items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Belinsky, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam's Chair. With great respect, Representative Walker, I do disagree with an assessment that this is not a related issue, because we have identified that there will be associated cost that has not yet been accounted for. So in regards to that, I'm not sure if procedurally this is something that I'm entitled to do, but I'm going to throw it out there, and I would like to make a motion that
we can't make, I'm sorry, sir, we cannot make a motion. We are discussing a motion in a second already.
right.
So we are discussing that motion and that amendment. Thank
very
you.
much, Senator. I understand that. So I will make a motion later after we decide the motion on the amendment.
And sir, if you're making a motion, we need you to send it in writing to Madam Administrator.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Summers, to wrap us up on this discussion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect to some of the previous speakers, if this is not our cognizance, this bill speaks to unenrolling children from school. This is not just about vaccine. This is about removing a religious exemption. That's what this bill is about. And it speaks to it. It specifically says in the bill, unenrolling children from school. Therefore, that is absolutely associated with this. There's a cost to that. And if we're not supposed to be looking at that, if we're not cognizant, then why does the OFA report have a loss of revenue for higher education? They're looking at it too. We should, if they're looking at the loss for the cost on higher education in the fiscal note we have now, then why are we prevented from looking at the cost associated with unenrolling students that is actually specific in this bill? This absolutely does apply. And we're talking about children and students. And as my understanding, we're supposed to look at the costs associated with this bill. It says unenrolled children from school if you don't have the paperwork. There's a cost associated with that. We can't just ignore that, but then put the loss of the cost concerning higher education in the fiscal note. And I would dare say, with no offense to OFA, because they can only work on the information that they are given. But if you go to the website, the numbers that are presented on the website for public information are absolutely opposite of what they were given from DPH. The fiscal note is inaccurate, it's not complete, and it does not account for the costs associated directly to what is said in this bill. And I urge my colleagues to please vote no. This amendment deserves an opportunity to be included in the fiscal note that is incomplete and inaccurate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Summers. Madam Administrator, if you could please prepare for a vote. And I remind everybody what we're voting on right now is the ruling of the chair. So a vote in the affirmative supports the ruling of the chair, and a vote in the negative disagrees with the chair. And the ruling of the chair is that this committee does not have cognizance over this issue. So, Madam Administrator, if you could move forward, please.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Senator Hartley. Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan votes yes.
Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan, affirmative.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes no.
Representative France.
Representative France votes no.
Representative Abercrombie. Senator Doherty Abrams.
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
I don't understand.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes in the affirmative.
Representative Betts.
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Belinsky.
Representative Belinsky votes no.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes in the affirmative.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative DeMassa.
Representative DeMassa votes in the affirmative.
Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ferraro.
Representative Ferraro votes in the negative, no.
Representative Ferraro, I actually need to see you, please.
Oh, sorry about that, ma'am.
That's okay.
There I am.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Thank you. Senator Flexer. Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes in the affirmative.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Haddad. Representative Carol Hall.
Representative Carol Hall votes no.
Representative Joshua Hall.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes no.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes no.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes. Hold on. I'm sorry, I didn't have my video on. Senator Kushner votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester votes yes.
Senator Lope.
Senator Lope votes yes.
Representative McCarty.
Representative McCarty votes no.
Senator McCrory.
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Representative McGee.
Representative McGee votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes no.
Representative Tersiak.
Representative Tersiak votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes no.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Thank you. I saw that Representative Abercrombie is with us. Would you like to cast your vote, ma'am?
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Representative Abercrombie votes yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to cast a vote who hasn't done so already? If you could please raise your hand. If not, I will tally the vote, Madam Chair.
Representative Kennedy's hand is
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if it's a point of order, but you have two Representative Gibsons on the screen. So when Representative Reyes voted in the affirmative, he voted as Representative Gibson. If you could just check that. There are two
Thank you very
Gibsons.
much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Reyes, if you would please rename yourself to your name rather than Representative Gibson, we'd appreciate that. Thank you very much, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Administrator.
So, Madam Administrator, if you would tally the vote.
All set.
Madam Administrator, please.
Total number voting 46, those voting yea 30, those voting nay 16, those abstaining 0, those absent not voting 5.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. Then this, my ruling has been upheld by a vote of the committee.
Second Amendment now.
Now we're going on to the Second Amendment. Senator Minor, do you have another question before we go on to Senator Summers' Second Amendment? And I believe Representative Belinsky may have an amendment also.
Thank you. I was just actually trying to, in my own mind, reconcile the motion that was made by Senator Summers, which was to overrule the ruling of the chair. So if that was in fact the motion, isn't an affirmative vote in support of her motion as opposed to being in support of?
Well, when I read what we were voting on, I said quite clearly that a vote in the affirmative was the to uphold my decision, and a vote in the negative was to overturn my decision. That was the information given to the committee. And so that's what everybody voted on. It's very clear because it was a partisan decision across the mind. I think everybody recognized that. Thank you, sir. So Senator Summers, you have another amendment?
Yes, I do. I would like to allow for the adjustment on the fiscal note to reflect the current number of religious exemptions, which is 8,042, rather than what OFA had listed as 1,575, and the correct number based on their association of $126 per vaccine would be $453,757.
Thank you very much, Senator Summers. I believe that this is an amendment that we can vote on directly, and I would disagree with your assessment and say that the Office of Fiscal Analysis has done an appropriate fiscal note, and I would recommend that that we vote no on this amendment. Senator Summers.
If I may, the source for the 8,042 religious exemptions is clearly displayed on the education site. You can see by school, by year, how many exemptions there are, and the total in the bottom is 8,042, which is very different. They are not accounting for students other than just 1 year. They're not looking at the total, and those total students would have to be vaccinated according to this bill. So it is an underestimate of what the cost is to vaccinate those students.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Summers, but the Education Department does not collect data on religious exemptions. DPH does this in their annual survey. So it's where the information came from for OFA to do their analysis came from the Department of Public Health.
The Department of Public Health, quite frankly, has the same information, which you can get from the Department of Public Health. And I would actually say that the Department of Public Health gets their information from the Education Department as far as the religious exemptions. So they should be accurate, and it definitely needs to be looked at. So therefore, I will go ahead and account for what should be accounted for should those students with religious exemptions partake in vaccinations like they will be forced to do under this bill. It is only appropriate for us as a committee to take in consideration all the costs associated with the implementation of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no more questions. Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll, and this question is on the amendment that we all received in writing. I'm sorry, Representative Kennedy, do you have a question?
I'm sorry, yes, point of order. We don't have a second on the motion, and I'm happy to do so. So I'll second the amendment.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you're keeping us in line today, Representative Kennedy. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. No.
Thank you.
There's been a motion and a second, and I believe that the Office of Fiscal Analysis has an appropriate fiscal note in this with the information they received from the Department of Public Health, and I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. If you could go ahead with the roll call.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the negative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the negative.
Senator Hartley. Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan votes no.
Representative Nolan,
Representative Nolan votes no.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative France,
Representative France votes yes.
Representative Abercrombie,
Representative Abercrombie votes no.
Representative Doherty Abrams,
Senator Darty Abrams votes no.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes in the negative.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
I need to see you, Representative Betts, so if you could, there you go. If you could cast your vote for me one more time so I can see you.
Sure. Sorry about that. Yes, Representative Betts votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
see Representative Belinsky too. Representative Betts is just hanging on. Representative Belinsky, if you could cast your vote again, please.
I'm sorry. Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Yes, thank you. I think that was whatever was going on with Representative Betts. It wasn't you. Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes no.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes no.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative DeMassa,
Representative DeMassa votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes in the negative.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes no.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes no.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Joshua Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes no.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Hayes,
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes no.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Senator Kushner, Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes no.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
I am so sorry. Senator McCory votes no.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes no.
Representative Pavlak-D'Amato.
Pavlak-D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter. Representative Reyes. Representative Rosario.
Rep. Rosario, no.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes no.
Representative Sims.
Oh, I love it.
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Tersiak.
Representative Tersiak votes no. Thank you.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes no.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes absolutely yes.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Madam Administrator?
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm in two meetings. Senator Winfield in the negative.
Okay, I will change that for you, sir. Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
If there are members who have not yet cast a vote, if you would please raise your hand and I'll call on you.
Madam Administrator?
Yes, Senator Kushner. Oh, there you are.
I had to raise my hand at the same time I was raising it physically. I am here and I vote no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Administrator. If you could do the tally.
Ready, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Total number voting 46, those voting yea 16, those voting nay 30, those abstaining 0, those absent not voting 5.
Thank you very much. Motion is not accepted.
Madam Chair, this is Representative Reyes. I'd like to cast my vote in the negative, please.
Thank you. We've already, thank you very much, Representative Reyes. And,
Thank you.
We've already held the vote, but thank you very much. I'm sorry. Representative Belinsky, I believe you sent forward a possible amendment.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am a little bit unfamiliar with how I'm doing this, so I'm not certain that it's an amendment at this point, but if it needs to be, please advise. I'd like to make a motion to refer this bill to the Committee on Education so that it can be fully considered for its fiscal impact.
Thank you very much, Representative Belinsky. My understanding is, according to the rules 15F, that committees may not refer to other committees bills relevant to other committees. We don't have that ability.
Okay, well, if that is the case, Madam Chair, then I withdraw my motion.
Thank
We'll
thank
deal
you
with
very
it on the
much.
floor. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So that motion is not submitted by the good gentleman. if we could pause for a moment, please. Give 2 minutes. Thank you. I think it's you, Representative McCarty, because it seems that I pause when you raise your hand. So if you could hold on 1 minute, please. Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. So we're on to the bill in front of us to either vote on it or continue discussion. Representative McCarty, your hand is raised.
Right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if I may just have 1 moment of personal privilege, I just wanted to comment and show my appreciation to Representative Belinsky for making his motion that I too would have liked to have seen this bill referred to Education Committee before we're here today, only because this bill really does impact not only the health of our students, but also the education of our students. And because my understanding was that we're not, and the bill addresses collaboration going forward with DPH and the Department of Education, but it would have been nice if we could have had that full debate and discussion at the education. I understand your position, Madam Chair, and I thank you for the personal privilege just to say that, but the bill obviously impacts the education of our students. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm trying to give people latitude, but if we could again stick to the question at hand on the bill as we have in front of us on the fiscal note of the bill. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I thank you for your patience in the debate today. And
well, I have to tell you, I thank everybody for their patience because I don't like doing business via Zoom so much, but go ahead, sir.
Certainly complicates these kinds of discussions on rules and procedural things, but I think it's been a good debate today. My only comment really is dealing with a lot of the discussion today has brought up concerns about the actual cost of this bill, and I think legitimate issues have been raised with that perspective. I don't believe that our charge as the Appropriations Committee is merely to look at the fiscal note and say, do we have the money in the budget? I would argue that this $175,000 plus the $1.4 million is not in the budget because there is no budget yet for this year. So I think that we have a broader responsibility to the people that elect us and send us here to represent them and serve them to ensure that the accuracy of the cost of any set of new policy that is being offered. And I would argue that the discussion today is demonstrated. There are substantial concerns about the accuracy of the cost of this particular bill. I think that's our charge. Our charge is not to rely on just the input from the executive branch. Our charge to represent the people is to ensure that that input is sufficient and that thereby that the OFA assessment of that input would be accurate. I believe that OFA did provide an accurate response based on the input they have, but our job is more than that. Our job is more than just accepting what OFA has. It's also to ensure that the input they received, and our role as oversight of the executive branch as a co-equal branch of government, is inherent in that. And so I think this debate has shown that there are issues and concerns with that. And I wish that we had a different outcome along the way, but I want to make sure that was on the record. And I think there are significant issues with the assessment of the cost and that it is substantially greater. And the public ought to be aware of what that number is based on the concerns that have been raised today. I would hope that the executive branch provide better input to OFA, and OFA can come up with a better analysis based on that input in light of the comments that were made today by the members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative France. Senator Summers.
Yes, I would like to line my comments along with Representative France. I would like everyone to know I just verified the DPH website shows 8,300 people with religious exemptions, which is a very different number than what we have received from OFA. I feel the OFA analysis is incomplete, it's inaccurate, and it's a disservice for this committee to put your head in the sand about the numbers and to vote something out of committee that does not truly capture the cost associated with this bill. Whether you support the bill or not, the costs should be evident to all those watching and to the citizens of the state of Connecticut. And therefore, I will be a no on this particular vote.
Thank you very much, Senator Summers. Are there any other questions or comments? So first of all, I want to say that the vote today does not mean that you're going to vote for the bill at large. If you vote in the affirmative today, it does not mean that you have to vote in the affirmative on the floor of the House or the Senate. If you vote in the negative, it does not mean that you have to vote in the negative on the floor of the House or the Senate. This bill is a procedural fiscal analysis vote, and I wanted to make that pretty clear so that everybody would know that how you vote today is supporting moving this along in the process. Madam Administrator, if you would call the roll, please.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
If you could say that one more time for me, because your video didn't come across. Thank you.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Senator Hartley. Representative Dathan.
Representative Dathan votes yes.
Representative Nolan.
Representative Nolan votes yes on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes no.
Representative France.
Representative France votes no.
Representative Abercrombie.
Sorry, Representative Abercrombie is a yes.
I need your camera on,
Sorry,
please.
Representative Abercrombie is a yes.
Thank you.
See?
Senator Doherty Abrams.
Senator Doherty Abrams votes yes.
I'm sorry, the baby tickled me. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar with no baby in hand says yes.
I can't
See me?
No. There
Senator
you are.
Anwar votes yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
I don't know. Representative Belinsky keeps coming at me. Representative Baker, would you please cast your vote again for me, because I can't see your video.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Betts.
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Belinsky.
Representative Belinsky votes no.
Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes in the affirmative.
Something's going on. I need Representative Candelaria. I'm sorry. Would you please vote again? Your video didn't come across.
Sure. Representative Candelaria in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir. Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative DeMassa,
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
Representative Felipe, Representative Felipe, Representative Nolan, I'm going to ask a favor. If you could please put yourself on mute because your video keeps popping up. Thank you, sir. Representative Felipe, Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Senator Flexer, Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Haddad,
Representative Haddad votes in the affirmative.
Representative Carol Hall,
Representative Carol Hall votes no.
Representative Joshua Hall,
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Hayes,
Representative Hayes votes no.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy, no.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Sorry, Senator Lesser votes in the affirmative.
Senator Lopes,
How do I top that? Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes no.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCoy votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato,
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative,
there you go. Oops. Representative Rosario, would you cast your vote again, please? It didn't come through.
I'm having a video issue.
All right, I'll swing back to you, okay? Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Hello?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes no.
Representative Tersiak,
Representative Tersiak votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Rosario.
Rosario votes yes.
Okay. Does anyone not cast a vote who wishes to do so? If not, Madam Chair, I'll tally the vote.
Well, I don't think we need to end it right now, Madam Administrator. We had some people that wanted to vote on the House and Senate resolution. So I was wondering if we could just keep it open for 15 minutes and give people time to double check with you. Is that until 3:30?
Are we speaking of people who are on now who weren't previously on? Because I can call those votes right now, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I know that Representative Terziak wanted to vote. I just want to make sure that we're doing that. And Representative Howard has his hand up also.
Yep. So let me swing back around to those votes, Madam Chair. So on Senate Resolution 7, is Senator Hartley here? Senator Ciccarella?
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Senator McCrory?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's on Senate Resolution 7, sir, the collective bargaining resolution?
Yes,
Thank
yes.
Thank you. Okay. On House Resolution 12, Representative Dillon?
Yes.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Gonzalez, Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Regarding House Resolution number 12, Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes votes yes.
And Representative Terziak?
He's trying on. There he goes.
I'm sorry. Representative Terziak votes yes. Thank you very much.
Would you like me to tally the votes, Madam Chair?
Yes, Madam Administrator.
Okay, I'd be happy to do so. Give me a second.
I do not believe I have voted on that.
I'm sorry?
No.
Senator.
Senator Ciccarelli, we have the two resolutions for the same collective bargaining agreement. So the senators vote on the Senate resolution and the House members vote on the House resolution.
Thank you
so
very much.
You're all set. All set, Madam Chair.
Please reveal the votes, please.
On Senate Resolution 7, total number voting 12, those voting yea 12, those voting nay 0, those abstaining 0, those absent not voting 1. And on House Resolution 12, total number voting 37, those voting yea 34, those voting nay 3, those abstaining 0, those absent not voting 1.
And on the vaccine bill?
Yeah, that one I haven't tallied. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tally that one. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. On House Bill 6423, total number voting 47, those voting yea 31, those voting nay 16, those abstaining 0, those absent not voting 4.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. I appreciate all of your hard work today. I also want to thank the Office of Fiscal Analysis and the LCO for their hard work on all of the issues before us today. And we have concluded our business for the day, so I'll see if there are comments from the leaders of the committee. Representative France.
All said. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Minor.
All said. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to echo your thank yous to everybody, especially the staff that keep us going every day and try to help us make sure we don't fumble all the time. So I thank you, and I thank Senator Susan Keene, and I thank Nick Bombay and OFA for indulging all of this. So thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. So everybody, we will have more business coming before the committee over the next few days. Look forward to seeing you all. And this committee meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Have a great week. Great weekend.
Thank you, Sue King.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.